So yeah, it has started. So start getting it there. Oh, thank you everyone for joining. So it's just like this morning. I don't know what happened. It was just 10 on the dot when I started. That's when I saw I wanted to use my laptop now. I saw that both of them, both the Mac and the Ingram, both of them, I don't know what happened. It went blind. So I've been struggling with it. I didn't know. I think the charging point or something had problem, but it's okay now. I think I have a replacement. And thank you for joining me. This is our study work space. Is our pod to study. So in this space, what we do is to study, to work in sprints. We use Pomodoro techniques. So this Pomodoro techniques, this is how it works. So we use 50 minutes or sprint time to work. So during this work time, we minimize every distraction and every chat. Then when it is time for us to go on break, I will always let you know that you should go on your mindful break. So you take your break during the break time. The break time is 10 minutes. So during that 10 minutes, I'll be here speaking also on how to improve your focus, how to improve your memory. So if you are being somebody that is that wants your memory to be smart, that you want to stay focused, that you want your memory to be working even in old age, so don't miss our break time. Don't miss this study space. So in this space, we'll be teaching you on how to be productive. It's just you being productive. It's just you achieving your aim with less stress. And sometimes, if I have the time, most times I'll be talking also on how to set goals. You can set goals and goals that you can achieve, achievable goals. How you can set clear goals. So setting clear goals is not just you knowing what you want, but it's knowing how to know when you achieve your goal, how to set it clearly, that you know every step to achieving that goal. So, and to know what should take your energy and what doesn't deserve your energy. So that means we also talk about how to prioritize your needs, how to prioritize your tasks each day, because most times we just wake up in the morning, we keep working till evening. At the end, you say, oh, I haven't done this, oh, I missed this, I missed that. So there is need for you to know what to do and what should take your energy, what takes priority in your task. So for this section that we are entering today, is a 6 hours long study or work space time. So you have to take it and enjoy it. If you have been somebody that is struggling with meeting deadlines, or you have so much, maybe you're a student and you are working, you have so much on your table and you are struggling to meet up, so this is your space. Is a place that you will work and get things done. So here we are not only growing our page, it's not only growing our social media, it's not only growing our should I say our followers, our subscribers, but we are here to grow our work. So you don't neglect your work, because our pride, our work, there is pride in you having your work and being an expert in your work. So here, even if you're a student, please always join the break time and listen on how to improve your retention ability and how to improve your retrieval, and that's your recall ability, because it's not all about you retaining, it's not all about you reading, is not all about you putting in the hard work, but also working smart and studying smart. So we'll be talking about how to study smart. So you learn how to study, how to read, how to put your efforts at work, and you see double the effort, you see the outcome. Because most times you see people reading and reading, at the end the result doesn't show the same amount of labor or the work put into it. So you learn how to study smart, how to improve your retention ability. It's very important to us. So as we start, to be going 50 minutes of sprint time and 10 minutes of our break. So you join us. If you are working, if you have students that are working, you have students as brothers, as sisters, as children that are struggling with their studies. This is their space, this is their place to come and learn how to study. This is their place to improve their retention ability, to improve their recall ability. So I'll be speaking this first. Before I start, I'm going to speak at length a little. So because every break time, it just take a little the 10 minutes is short. And if you join us using this Pomodoro, you see that hours, even this 6 hours, it will go like just a flash. It's not a lot. It doesn't take time, then it's finished. And if you follow us, because our brain is designed to work in sprints, in short sprints, you see that you'll be able to achieve much more than you would normally achieve, because your mind knows, your brain knows, okay, after these minutes I'm going to be taking a rest, after this time I'm going to be taking a rest. So it is important that you join us. For those of us, for those students, for the researchers, for those that are struggling with time, oh, it's not enough, I will tell you that 24 hours is more than enough. You just need to learn how to use your time. You just need to learn how to use your energy. You just need to learn how to manage your energy, your time, and to gain clarity. Because most time what we lack is clarity. It's not just working, it's not just the energy, it's not just the time. But if you lack clarity, it takes time before you get to what you want to achieve. So join us as we try to gain clarity on what matters each day. So if you are joining us today, this morning, I want you to take 3 tasks. I want you to think about, okay, what are the 3 things that I want to achieve, then I must achieve. Then put those things that you must achieve first, then the things that you want to achieve, then you put them in the order of priority and choose the first 3, and let's start working on it. So every 50 minutes, after every 50 minutes, I'll be calling you back for a break so you can take your mindful break. During the break time, it is important that you are present in your break. So you go for a break, and what does that mean? You don't take your work along in your break. You can take that time to digest what you've read. You can take that time in your mind to digest what you have been through in the work, or the client that you spoke to, or the things that you've done. So you can take that time to do it. But what you shouldn't do is to take those papers, the laptop, or whatever instrument of work that you've been using to go on break. No, take your break and take it serious. You can take a walk, you can do meditation during that time. You can also chat or listen to the words I'll be speaking, because these are practical terms, things that will work for you, practical things that I have applied, I've taught to others, and yeah, it will make a difference in your results. It will make a difference in your output. So let's start now. We'll be starting. This is 17 minutes. So this one, the first one, is always very short, because I'll have to do the introduction to let you know how it works. And then after that, every break, we will stick to that 10 minutes of break, and we return straight to focus time. So during the focus time, please minimize the chat. And if you are reading with us, it's very important that you focus on your work during the sprint time, and during the break we'll chat. If you have any chat, you have anything that is should I say is troubling you about studying or about your research, you can just put it in. I think I'm qualified in a way to talk to. If it's just about research methods, if it is about you managing your study time, if it is about the techniques that you will use to study, then I can actually help you with that. But if it is something I can't help, then I can always get colleagues that will help you sort your problem. Nobody deserves to struggle in studies. It is a beautiful thing for us to improve ourselves. It's a beautiful thing not to rely on the tools that has been given to us, but we need to learn and improve our own thinking so we can use these tools properly. So I invite you to work with me. So as we work today, I wish you a very productive time. Let every second of it count. Let every minute of your work time count. And always tell your brain, remind your brain, you shouldn't slack. This is the time for us to study. This is the time for work. You're going to get a rest after 10 minutes, after 15 minutes, and you have a whole 10 minutes of rest. And your brain will treat that work with all seriousness. So I will speak to you again when it's 10:50. Again, I will speak again when it is 11:50, then 12:50, 1:50, 2:50, and at 3:50. Then I'll speak at length, just like I've done now, to talk to students and researchers. So this is still me. I'm the one coordinating this. So I'll be working. I have 3 things to work on. The articles I want to send out, 2 of them I'll be working on, and 1 is a book I'm writing, so I'll be going through it. So I'll be putting it in the chat how many I've achieved each time. So speak to her again when it is time for us to chat. So we've come to the end of the first section, which I told you is going to be short. So here we are once again to speak on how to improve our retention ability and how to improve our recall. So if you've been here with us, and you are welcome once again. This is our break time for those that are working with us. If you have been working, you are studying, so it's your break time. You can take it and go for your mindful break. So I'll be speaking on how to improve our retention ability, how to improve our so let's look at how we improve our recall ability, especially if you're a student, if you're a researcher, if you're here with us and you have those that are struggling with their studies, you have those that are struggling with their research. So many people, what I hear these days, it is actually very frightening. You see students that are paying others to write their assignments, to write their project, to write whatever, to even you ask yourself, are they there to develop themselves or not? But the truth of the matter is that I understand that they are feeling so much frustration and they are feeling that they can't do it. But I will tell you that if you are living and there is no time that is late for you to start developing your thinking, if you didn't do it while you were young, though it takes time, though it takes effort, but you can do it. So let's talk about how we improve our retention ability and how we improve our recall ability, the ability for you to retrieve the information that you've stored in your brain. If you have been storing information, if you are reading, you are trying to keep information in your brain. If you have been studying, you go to classes, you write assignments. It's for you to improve yourself. It's for you to improve your thinking ability. It's for you to improve how you can analyze things, how you reason. It is, I think that is actually the focus of so many people. But at the end, you see that some are, should I say, they have lost the focus, and that they are now thinking, okay, I can just get the certificate and go. If that has been your thought, I think you can rethink it. You have the ability to improve yourself. You have the ability to still go further. So let's look at the different kinds of memory. So this space is actually for those that are studying, those that are preparing for exam. If you are prepping exam, you want to pass, you want to not only pass but also to improve yourself and improve your knowledge. Then it is also for researchers, those that are handling a lot of information. But importantly, it is for everyone that wants to keep their memory smart and sharp, for lifelong learners, those that doesn't want to during their old age they keep forgetting things. Then it's time for you to start working on your brain, work on how you think, and think about how you think. So it sounds rhetoric. Some people will say, but for me, I'm always very interested in how we learn and how we think. And most times, if I'm listening to stories, I'm listening to people talk, I'm listening to how they think. What is their thought line, and what experience made them think this way. So it's something that is a little deep, but it's not creepy. For me, I really enjoy it. So, and that is why some people will tell you, if you don't want to be known as wise or foolish, or you should just keep quiet, because most times when you open your mouth to speak, most people will actually know how deep you are. So let's talk about how to improve our memory. But first, we need to know the different kinds of memory. Then we learn the techniques of improving your reading ability, improving your retention ability, improving your retrieval ability. Then we also talk about the things that you should not do if your aim is to improve your thinking. And we also talk about the things that you can never do, you should never actually do if your aim is to improve your retention ability, if your aim is to improve your brain function, to improve your thinking. So there are things that you should never do. They are no. So let's look at the different kinds of brain memory that we have. Excuse me, it's not brain. Different kinds of memory that we have. So there are the sensory memory, and then we have the short-term memory, and we have the long-term memory. And our focus every one of them, every of this memory type is very important, and you need to understand how they work and how much information you can keep in there. You need to understand this memory and their capacity for you to know how you read, how you study, how you store and retrieve information. So for the sensory memory, it's all about just our sensories. You just see a word, you say, okay, I think I saw a word there. Okay, I think and when I passed, I saw a tree. And in that memory, it's just like a split second to 4 seconds, and that's just it. Sometimes you've forgotten it. If you didn't give it a thought again, a second thought, that's just it. You have forgotten whatever you've seen there. You can't explain it if you are asked. So that's the sensory memory. And most times when we are passing, that's how we see things. Maybe you are going to the shop, you are going to the barbering salon, you are just moving, you see yourself passing through. You know that you passed through something, you saw something, but you can't explain it. So that's the things that you have stored in the in the sensory memory. Then for your short-term memory, which works like your notepad, is a place that you hold information, a working memory. It's just a working memory. Use it for the now, you use it to do the work now. So as you are studying, as you are in the class, as you are trying to read, most of those things, they go to your short-term memory because you are putting a thought to it. And in your short-term memory, it can hold information for like 15 minutes, 15 seconds actually. It's just very short, but if you give it a thought, if you go back to it, 30 seconds, it can hold it. Then if you give it a thought longer, then you are transferring it to the long-term memory. But this short-term memory, if you put a lot of things on it, like people that are cramming, you see how hard it is. It's a lot of work cramming. And after you've crammed and you see yourself at the end, you miss just one line from what you crammed, you see yourself struggling to bring it out again. So that's what happens. But your short-term memory is there to filter what is important and what is not important to you. So at that point, what you revisit, what you review, what you think about again will tell your brain that actually this information is important. Then it will start transferring it to the long-term memory. But if you never gave it a thought again, when we are talking about techniques, you see what happens, because our human brain is designed in a way that we forget things after some time. So if your short-term memory holds it and think, oh, that this is not actually important, because you can't just keep everything you see in your long-term memory. If you didn't give it a second thought, if you didn't go back to it, it will fizzle. And most times, if you study, if you go to a class or you study, after 24 hours, if you did not revisit it, you will see that you lose up to 70% of what you've learned. So that is sure. So that is why you need to revisit it. That is why you need to find out techniques that can help you put it in the long-term memory. And this short-term memory doesn't hold a lot of information. Let's just take an instance where you are trying to memorize your phone number or somebody's phone number. Sometimes you say 333. You divide the long number into 3. You hold 444. You know, you can't hold more than 15 is too much. It's just like 9 and 5 items in that, an average of 7 in that short-term memory. So if you keep bombarding it with a lot, and the more you tire it out, the more you forget. So it goes, the slope is steep, so it loses the information faster when it's tired. So let's look at the techniques that I will just give the introduction, because we are almost at the end of the break. So if you are having your break, make sure to get hydrated, get water, have healthy snacks around you, and take a walk if you need to walk around. It's important to actually exercise. So for the techniques, we'll be talking about spaced repetition. I will be talking to you about practical terms. I mean, how it is done and what I've used. So I'm not telling you what is written in any book or what she was told. I'm telling you what I used, and it worked, and the result, the difference is clear. Let's just use what they normally say. The difference is very obvious if you study with these techniques, and somebody that didn't study with the technique, you see yourself struggling, you put a lot of effort with less results. So we'll be talking about spaced repetition. We'll be talking about active recall. We're talking about visualization and association. We talk about teaching, We talk about Pomodoro techniques, which is what we are using, and we'll talk about the using acronym that's trying to zip information and to compress information. So these techniques we'll be talking about each and every one of them during the breaks. So if you are with us during the break, just listen out and apply it and see the changes it brings to your studying, and how less stressed you'll be studying and much more information you can store. So it's time for our sprint time again. So during this sprint time, please minimize every distraction. We are going back to work for the next 50 minutes. After the 50 minutes, I'll be speaking again. So make sure that you use your 50 minutes well, and see you again and speak to you again. Please stay with me. If you are with me, stay with me, and during the break we chat. During the break we can talk about how to improve our memory, how to improve our retention ability as students, as researchers, and how to improve your recall ability. So stay with me, and if you haven't followed or subscribed, please do so. And I'll be going forward talking about students and the things that we need to do, and I'll go further with time to teach us how to use every button on your Word document. We can move further if there is time for those that need it on how to use the Excel efficiently. I mean it to be free because they are students, but if it is for those that are working, and well, when we start we know how it goes, but for students, just stay tuned and make the best of it. So I'll be speaking to you again once it's 11:50. Yeah, so we've come to the end of the second section. So if you've been working with us, you can go on your break now. So be mindful that is your break time. So we are now talking about how to improve our retention. So I'll just be going straight to the topic we are treating because 10 minutes is just a short time. So we are talking about how to improve our retention as students, as researchers, as those lifelong learners, those that wants their memory to be smart even in old age, those that doesn't want to hand over the power of their thinking to AI and the rest of all our assistant tools, because these are just tools. You need to improve your own retention ability, you need to improve your own recall ability. So if you're with us, please, you can help us tap and get students in, invite as many, share the live. It's just 10 minutes of break, then we go back to our sprint time. And during the sprint time, it's not a time to chat, it's time to focus on work. So what do we do to improve our retention ability? And that has been a problem to so many students, because we are all taught our subjects, we are taught our special area where we apply. Okay, we want to be doctors, we want to be researchers, and maybe in agriculture, in food, in medicine, in whatever field you've chosen. So they will always bring that specialty to you. They will teach you all the content that you need to know, but it has been should I say, is something left out, teaching students how to study, because it's very important how you study. That will mark the difference between you're struggling in studies and you just excelling and retaining enough information. So let's look at the space repetition and what it means. It's not just reading and reading. Reading and reading is a repetition, but it's not a space repetition. Reading and going back to read, just like every day now, because that is what I've seen even with my kids, which I'm talking to them about. You ask them something, okay, spell this, instead of the person thinking, oh, do I know this already, to get it from their brain, or to think and see if they can construct that word, which is a way of training their brain. You see, people will go straight back to AI and ask. They will go back to Google. Some even, they have this speaker Google. All you hear is, hey Google, can you spell this for me? And you hear the spelling. So that's just like spoon feeding the brain, and that doesn't help the brain to grow. So for you to carry out space repetition, there is need for you to space the time you repeat your review. And it's just not spacing it, you keep increasing the time of the review or the revision over time. Like you were in the class, you were taught, after the teaching, you don't just come back. You can come back, study it for the first time, then don't keep going back to it. Maybe you think about it and it's not working, or it worked. If you think you've learned it, if you think you have understood what you read, it's time for you to give your brain a break. It's time for you to take a little break. Then space it, give it 5 minutes more and think. Give it 1 day later, you go back to it and revise. After the first 1 day, you don't go back to it the next day to revise it. You wait 3 days later, then you do it. Then 7 days later, 14 days, maybe 3 months. That's how you put it in your long-term memory. And why do you do that? What you are doing is to exercise your brain. You're exercising the nerves in the brain on how to retain information, because our brain is designed to forget. That it goes through the normal curve and goes down. So if you don't top it up, when it goes there, it will start going down. So it's good you go back to revisit what you did, but you don't go on reading and reading. Some people, because they are frustrated, because they think the exam is near, they think that they don't have time, what they do is that they will read and read and reread, or they will keep asking the question, please, can you tell me again, what did you just say, what did you just say? And at the end, they are not learning. What you have succeeded in doing is just getting familiar with what you are learning, what you think you've learned, or what you think that you should learn. When you get familiar with it, then go to the exam hall. When you are asked that question, you will see that you did not get anything. I welcome everyone that is joining me. I can see you all. Thank you so much for joining. And it's an encouragement seeing that people are listening. Please invite as many. And for those that have been giving gifts, and I'm so thankful for your presence here. it means that yes, that I'm not just talking to myself, that somebody's listening. And to tell you the truth, making a first class, making a cum laude, making a distinction, the difference is just how that person studied, or maybe the foundation that the person had already. For some of us that made this good grade, some of us didn't even know that yes, there was a technique that we use. But if you're listening into what I'm saying now, you can confirm that, oh, that is actually what happened. Because so many people, it's not that they are not smart, it's not that they are not putting on hard work, but at the end of it all, you see them getting B's, you see them just a little short of the best, because they did not use the right technique. So this space, in this space repetition, make sure that you don't keep going back. If you keep going back, what you will get is that you will get familiar with it. And when you get familiar with it, at the end of it all, you did not learn it. During pressure, during exam pressure, you just forget what you have seen. That's what happens. So let's go to the second one, which is very important: active recall. So how do you go about active recalling, which is very important, and that is what is missing in so many people's study life, and that is what is missing in today's use of this assistant, whatever instruments we've been given to study. Some people, they will keep going back, they don't remember it, they go back and ask, oh Google, can you tell me the meaning of this? Oh Google, they don't even give their brain the time to rethink again. So let's look at how to the techniques involved in active recall. The first thing you should do is, after your studies, after reading, close your book and start thinking about what you've read. See if you can remember it. If you remember it, that's good. If you can't remember it, that is telling you, okay, now I didn't read it right. It's telling you what to look out for. It's telling you to, okay, pick some keywords. It's telling you to now look deeply and understand what you are going to read. So when you revisit it again, now you are going intentionally to pick what you want. So when you pick this, and after you close the book, you're able to remember it, the next stage is for you to take your pen and the paper and write it down. What are you writing? You are writing because, do you know what writing does to you? I was just thinking about it, because most times our brain works faster than our hands, you know. When you are writing and you are somebody, even in exam hall, it used to happen to me and to many of us. When you read what you've written, you see that you've jumped so many things, because in your brain is there, you have jumped it. What writing does is to slow you down a little, slow your brain, to make your brain to write it down, to follow it serially. So it gives your brain time to take it to the long-term memory. So you take your hand and start writing it, and it doesn't only do that. What it is doing is trying to arrange what you have read to see if you actually learn it. When you try and you're able to replicate the idea that you've read, or you were able to replicate the notes, then you have succeeded in that stage. But you don't stop there, because your aim is not just to write that exam and come out empty. Your aim is to still remember it and apply it. Your aim is that during the pressure, or you have other things to read, maybe you were in a school, like some of us, sometimes we had 2-3 courses a day to write the exam on. So you need to practice in so many ways, so you don't forget it under pressure. So you don't start mistaking this is should I say bio this or math this to this. So for that not to happen, you go further again, because your aim is to come out on top of your class, to be that 1%, to be in that 1% club, you know. It's a joy, it's a pride that yes, you put the hard work and you saw it. So you go further now to speak it aloud. Don't be lazy about it. Don't be lazy about writing. When it comes to your memory, your writing still supersedes. It is superior to typing. Typing is convenient. They will tell you, oh, you don't need to write, you just need to print it, you just need to say it. You can say it, it's okay. That one helps also. But writing, when it comes to your memory, it is key. So make sure that you write down and replicate your notes, understand it properly. Then go forward and start saying it out. Say it out. If you have a child, try to say it to a child. When you're saying it that way, do you know what you're doing? You are trying to simplify the idea. You are trying to explain it in detail. And if you're able to do that, it will store in your memory. You can easily bring it out. You can easily recall it. So I think we have come to the end of this break time, because we don't take our we stick to the time. So this is our sprint time again. I will start from where we stopped, which is this active record. I will just recap, just mentioning, then I will continue because there are other techniques in active record, and we go down to visualization and the rest of the techniques to study. So if you are being with me, I want you to stay with me and invite other students, invite other researchers, invite people that needs their grade to improve, the people that needs their output to improve. So invite them during the break and stay with us and walk along. This is a study space. It's a space for you to learn how to balance your work and rest time. So I'll be speaking to you again when it's 12:50. So it's time for our break time. This is another break time. So we've come to the end of this sprint time. It's short. It's such a short time. I was able to do. I'm coming to. I'm still at the. Let me just say at the middle of the first task of the day. So it's really. It's moving ahead. So if you are here with me and you've been walking, it's time for you to go on your break. Please, you can take a break and walk around, just look around. If you are here, you can connect with as many people that you see. If you connect with me later, I'm going to be visiting your page to see what you're doing and connect with you also. And it's not just scrolling through. Please don't do that. It's time for you to interact well and make friends. And I'm here for whoever that interacts. I will chat back. So let's go straight to what we are talking about: how to improve our memory, how to improve our retention ability. So if you are a student, please listen carefully. Don't think that yeah, I'm reading, I have a good teacher, but you need to know how to study efficiently, how to study effectively, to retain what you have studied, to retain everything, and even add more. The extra is what makes the difference between the A and the B student, or the A1 student and maybe the A2 student. I don't know, whatever grade system you are using. And for the first class students and that person that made 2-1, it's not that the other person is dull or the person is not that smart, but the difference is, okay, if you were using the right techniques, which means you might have much more output for your efforts. So let's look at how we can improve our memory. How do we improve our long-term memory? Because that is what our target is, how to improve our long-term memory. Because our long-term memory is what we want to develop, is what we want to keep. And like I will say, let me say it again, your long-term memory is bigger than any computer you can imagine. It is much larger. So you can store as much information, but you just need to know how to develop this brain, how to exercise your brain. Your brain, just like any other muscles of the body, needs exercising. And recall is a way of you massaging massaging your brain, is a way of you exercising it. So if you don't exercise it, you know what happens when you don't exercise any part of your body. So it's good that you exercise your brain by thinking, and thinking deeply is key. It's not just thinking and scrolling by, or just skimming and just going through it to fulfill our righteousness, but thinking deeply. Once you are reading or you are engaging in something, think deeply. So how do we improve our memory effectively? How do we improve our long-term memory? The first thing is that repetition. Your brain needs repetition. The more you visit it, the more you read it. Not just any kind of repetition, I mean spaced repetition. The more you do that, the more it stick. So it will get stuck in your brain. You can bring it out if you do the spaced repetition. Then again, your brain needs attention. Your memory needs attention. It's not just you reading, it's not just you studying or putting in the hard work. And please, as much as possible during exam time or when you want to really improve your memory, avoid multitasking. Multitasking is an enemy of your long-term should I say information storage, because it will block your ability to store. It will block your memory formation. So deep focus is essential. Deep focus on whatever you are reading, and do one task at a time. It should be one task at a time. So once you finish the task, you can divide it and say, okay, after 1 hour I will do this, after 2 hours I will go to do this one. But don't just put all of them side by side. You are jumping from one to the other. You are going to be paying a compensation, cognitive compensation, which is taxing, is wasting your brain power, and is wasting your time. That is not what you want. And for so many that have been doing multitasking, you can attest to this. Please put it in the chat if you know that you have witnessed it. Because now, if you are multitasking, it takes time for you to get clarity, okay, to switch between jobs, to switch between tasks. It takes time, and that time is a wasted brain power. It's a time, you're wasting not only brain power but also time. So you don't need that. For you to improve your retention ability, you need to practice deep focus. You need to, like we are doing during this Pomodoro section, during the sprint time, we practice deep focus. So you focus on your work and reduce every distraction. You can divide your work into tasks and so into manageable chunks and say, okay, after 30 minutes I will go to this, after 10 minutes, but you don't just mix things up. Another thing that helps your brain to retain memory, to improve the memory, to improve retention and recallability, is your emotional connection. Your brain keeps what it thinks is meaningful. It keeps what it thinks is personal. Things that are personal, it will keep it. Things that are meaningful, it will keep it. But things that it thinks, oh, this doesn't matter, maybe you did not revisit it, it will take it as one of those things that you don't really need. It will be filtered out. So emotional connection is very important, and let me bring it down to for us to understand why you need to connect what you are learning emotionally, and you make it meaningful and personal. You can ask yourself, why am I not forgetting? Maybe you have had an embarrassing situation, like let's just take somebody that went out and you went maybe when you were young, you went out. Some people, it happened, I've heard such story. It's something that they don't want to repeat. They went for a sleepover and they wet their bed. You know, such situation, they will never forget that, because it is attached to them, is very meaningful and is personal to them. So when you learn, you try to connect it. So these are the three things you need to put your short term memory, or your whatever you've learned, to a long-term memory. So you need first repetition, spaced repetition, that's practice, spaced repetition. And second, you need to put your attention to it, and you use recall and other techniques that we'll be speaking about to improve your attention. So deep focus is needed to put your focus and attention on it. Then again, you need emotional connection, which means you need to tell your brain, you need to let your brain know that this thing I'm reading is meaningful and is personal to me, which means you should relate it to things that you know, things that matters. So we've talked about spaced repetition, we've talked a little about active recall. So let's continue with active recall. When you have closed your book and you're able to say what you've learned, you're able to repeat it, you're able to interpret it to yourself, that means you are recalling it. What you're doing is you're exercising your brain. So you go forward to writing it down. So when you take your pen and paper, write down and try to replicate your notes. Try to replicate the idea of what you've learned. If you're able to do that, then you go further and speak it out. You need to say it out. It's not like I'm speaking. That is how you have to say what you have learned. You need to say it and say, okay, let's just say you were reading about noun. You were reading about pronoun, you were reading, so it's time for you to say now is this. When you say what now is, maybe you start saying the examples and say it out. When you start saying it out, that will tell you exactly how much has been taken down your memory lane. It's not just you reading it. So at that point in time, you know how much you are storing. So you keep repeating it till you are able to say the idea exactly as you want it to be. So you go forward again to try to teach it to a child. Try to explain it to yourself. Try to explain it in simple terms. If you're able to do that, it helps it to get stuck in your memory also. Another thing that I want you not to miss if you're a student is to quiz yourself. Set questions and answer it. In whatever you've read, in whatever you've been taught, just put them, ask as many questions as possible within that area and answer them. Write down the answers and say the answers out. If you're able to do that, there is no way you can't answer it during the exam, especially if the exam is like 2 days or 3 days before the time you did this revision. You can answer it exactly. And when you have done this, you've passed through the recall, which means you're exercising your brain. What you're doing is to strengthen your brain nerves, so you can recall, you have the ability to bring it out without looking at your notes. So if you follow these steps, the first one is to close your notes, try to read it through in your brain and know if you understand it, then write it down, then say it out loud, then teach it to a child. If there is no child, teach it to yourself by simplifying it. Then quiz yourself. Set as many questions as you can and quiz yourself. After this quizzing, then you can now know that yes, I've done the recall. Let's go forward and do the visualization and the association, which is very important. Listen, this thing I'm telling you now is something that will make the difference between the A student, and I used to tell my students this, and it works. When you visualize it, what does it mean? What does it mean? It's for you now to tell it like a story, what you've learned. Try to relate it to things that you already know. Our brains store better illustrations, stories. You know, when we are growing, we were taught with stories, we are taught in songs. Some of those songs you can still remember. Some of those stories you can still remember because you can relate to it. So it's important that you try to relate whatever you are learning to what you already know. Try to bring it down, to make it personal, connect it emotionally. That will make it to get stuck in your memory. And when you're able to visualize it, if you're able to associate it, trying to make a mental map, a mental story of it, trying to make out a story or illustration out of it, you will see that exactly when, even after the exam, you can still remember it. So we'll go forward later, after the next break. This is our sprint time again. So make every minute count. So let's go on our work. Please minimize chat and minimize every distraction if you are working, and give it your deep focus and give it the sprint time. Is just 50 minutes. Tell your brain it's 50 minutes. After 50 minutes, you'll be having 10 minutes break, and during this break we'll also chat, we'll talk, then we'll move from this visualization to the next technique. So stay tuned and stay with me as we go through this. Let every minute of this work time count, and I wish you a very productive 50 minutes. So we've come to the end of the fourth section of our springtime. So if you have been with us, it's time for you to go on break. You can have a snack, you can go out, take a walk, take a breather, just walk around, and if you want, you can also be here to listen to what we are talking about on how to improve your retention ability and how to improve your recall ability. So if you are here with us, it's time for you to listen and let's talk about it. You can send a message, I will see it, please. You can just send any message here about studying, about improving your memory, about improving your retention ability. So I'll be here to respond to your message during this break time. So it's a break time. I think it's time for me to really walk around a little. So we are talking about how to improve your memory, how to improve your retention ability. Retention ability is for you to store the information. If you're a student, you're looking at getting information into your brain, getting it into your memory, and recalling it when it matters, to apply it, to write it down during exam to pass. So it is important that we improve our memory. It's important that we improve our retention ability. So how do we do it? The first one is the active recall, the spaced repetition. So now we've been talking about that. Now we are talking about the visualization and association. So whatever you learn in the class, after reading at home, after studying, you need to try as much as possible to relate it to what you know, because our brain works better, it stores information better in the form of illustration, in the form of pictures and stories. So they are very important to also, it is important that you relate it to the things that you know. And if you are able to associate it, let's just take for instance, you learn about diffusion, about osmosis and all those gas movements and liquid movements, all those diffusion. So you try to relate it with your everyday experience. Your brain stores better what it thinks is valuable. If your brain thinks, okay, this is valuable, then it will store it, and things that are personal. So if you're able to relate it to things that are already in your brain, it will build up there and it will stay in your long-term memory. So the next technique that you will use as a student, which I will advise every student to do, I will advise every researcher, everybody that wants to retain information, you want to recall information, you have an exam, you have interviews to attend, is teaching. It's not all about taking teaching as a profession. No, it's not all about you going around and getting money as a teacher or being a mentor. It's all about you retaining information and bringing it out. You need to teach what you have learned to another person, to your classmates or to somebody else. Teach. Take it upon yourself to teach. Don't be one of those people that are stingy. When they ask them, please, can you teach me this in class? They will say, no, you know, I am very, very busy. They will avoid it at all costs. They don't want, because they don't want the other person to learn. Don't be that person. What you have already achieved is you losing the opportunity to make your brain better, to make your memory better. You have lost a very big opportunity, because if you teach, I'm telling you from experience, if you teach your classmates, you teach other students, you teach other people what you've learned, you have succeeded in reducing more than half the time you would have used to study that. What teaching does to you is it will make it clear to you what you know and what you don't know yet. And you cannot teach what you don't know. If you can teach it simply, you will know it deeply. If you can easily teach it, then you know it deeply. You will learn it deeply. You can store it deeply. You can write it clearly. So when you teach, and you will know, when you teach what you think you know, you will easily find out, okay, this is the area that I'm still lacking. This is the area I need to strengthen. These are the things I don't know. The truth of the matter is that the people you are teaching, most times they might not know that you're not getting all of them right, or maybe you haven't said everything, but you that is teaching will exactly know what you don't know. You will know immediately, these are the things I've not been able to capture when I read. So you can go back to it and read it again. So try to teach, try to take it up on yourself to teach other students, go around, ask those that doesn't know it, please can I, even if they know it, just volunteer, say please can I teach you this. Then if you know that all of them they know it, you say please just give me the opportunity to talk to you about this, to teach you this. And when you follow that, you see that after teaching, you will first know the gap in your knowledge. You know how much is taught, how much you still need to learn. It will be very glaring, and teaching makes it easier for you to know what you don't know. It makes it easier for you to know what you should go and look out for in your books or from whoever is teaching you. It will make it easier for you to understand that your knowledge is still not organized. Teaching makes it easier for you to know, okay, I need to go back to it. You cannot teach what you don't know. It's as simple as that. If you don't know it, you can't teach it. So if you are teaching it when you think, okay, I've recalled it, I've learned it, I know it, and you went straight to teach it, when you start teaching it, others might not know you don't know it, but you yourself, you know where you are not getting it right. You go back and learn it. So if you are preparing for exam, if you are learning, if you are somebody that wants to improve your memory, please volunteer to teach others. Don't be the people that are shying away from teaching. You can teach to only one person. If you can stand in the presence of a group, it's okay, you can do it. But if you have nobody to teach, please don't even take it lightly. Teach yourself. You can get a paper and a pen and start talking to yourself. Once you start opening your mouth to teach it, like you are teaching somebody to understand it, it will be very clear what you don't know. You will know exactly what you are still lacking. You will know exactly what to go and look out for in your paper, in your exam, in whatever you've read it from. You will know exactly what you're looking for. And it will make it glaring that, okay, my thoughts are organized or my thoughts are not organized. When you start teaching, you see, if you don't know it deeply, if you don't know it well, what you are going to do is, okay, you start from the introduction. Before you know it, you are talking about the conclusion. You are telling yourself, okay, there is something that's still missing. You will know exactly how much you know if you teach. So take it upon yourself to teach. Whatever course, whatever thing that you are learning and is hard for you, volunteer. Even if they all know it, just tell them, please, can I teach you this? Okay, just listen. I know you know it already. Just listen to me. And when they are listening to you, they will tell you, okay, these are the things that you don't yet get through. Even you yourself, you know from them. So volunteer to teach others, teach it to whoever. If your classmates, if they say, oh, I don't know it, volunteer to teach it. And after teaching it, what you have succeeded in doing is that you have cut short the time you would have spent studying. It reduces the time. That is my own secret for having so much time to attend to other things, because I had, even as an undergraduate student, I had so many things doing. I was a leader in the church. I had so many things doing, and it did not stop me from coming out as the best in my faculty, best in my department, best. And even during my MPhil, it is the same thing. So volunteer to teach. It will reduce the time you spend learning or studying that, and it will give you more time to live a balanced life. So volunteer to teach. So the next thing we are going to be talking about is the Pomodoro techniques, which is what we are using now. Our brain as humans work better in sprint time, in short sprints and breaks. So you need to learn a balance between work and rest. We are still going to talk about the rest. The resting is not a luxury. Rest, for you to rest, is not that you are lazy. Rest is not a luxury. Rest is not being lazy. Rest is not you trying to pamper yourself. Rest is essential. It is very, very important in your productivity, in your life. If you don't rest, you are going to dull your brain. You are not going to get the clarity. At a time, once you are tired, you will stop learning. When you are tired, the brain can't take much. And if you are trying to force it, what happens is that you forget more than you are learning. And that is not what you want. So we need to learn a balance between study, between work, and rest. So you employ these Pomodoro techniques that we are using. Today we are using 50-10, which means you work 50 minutes. Sprint time, you put your focus on it. After the sprint time, you go straight to your break, which is your mindful break. You go for it and forget every other thing that you are doing and focus on your break. So we are back on our sprint time. So we'll be speaking again on The next one we are going to be talking about from the Pomodoro techniques, we'll be talking about other techniques that you can use as a student, as a researcher, as somebody that's preparing for exam to pass and make impact in your field. So during this springtime, we minimize every distraction. I want you to put your mind to what you are doing, focus on it. Deep focus is the key. So mindful work and mindful rest. So let every minute of this count. 50 minutes again at 250, I'll be speaking on how to improve your retention ability, how to improve your retrieval ability, recall ability, how to improve your brain and your thinking. So we've come to the end of the second to the last section of our Pomodoro section. Today is 6 hours, so we spent already that's like 4 hours 50 minutes. So after the break it will be 5 hours done. So kudos to all that has been working with me. For as many that have joined, if you are working with me, it's time for your mindful break. You can take your break now, go for a walk, you can eat, drink water, drink tea. So it's your time to relax, it's your time to be present in your own break. So let's continue what we were saying. The topic we've been treating during the break is how to improve your retention ability and how to improve your recall ability. These two things are very important to any student, to any researcher, to any lifelong learner. We've talked about spaced repetition, we've talked about active recall, we've talked about visualization and association, and we talked a little about teaching, and after that we go to the next, which will be a bonus for those that are writing exams and exam prep. If you have a student, you have someone that has been struggling with their studies, or you want to study easily, you just want to study and still have time to do other things, you don't want to put all your time to it, so listen. Now we are talking about teaching. I will tell you to teach as a student. Teach your classmates, teach yourself, teach the people around you what you've learned. If you can teach it clearly, you understand it deeply. It's as simple as that. So when you teach, it will help you understand how much you have learned, how much you stored, and how much you need to learn again, or you need to revisit. And it will tell you how well organized is your thought. If your thought is organized, teaching will be clear. So teach till you can teach it clearly. And if you can teach it clearly, you have learned it deeply. And during the exam, there is no way you won't produce a very nice result. So you need to teach. And what you are doing in teaching is for you to organize your thoughts, for you to see the gap in what you've learned. So if you have done the teaching and you are prepared for exam, then I will talk to you about the next thing that you can do during reading, especially for those preparing exams. If you are preparing for your exam, don't keep studying and going over and over it again. The more you study, the more you repeat it, you can just get familiar with what you are learning, but you are not learning it. And that will make it, when you are in exam hall, I don't know if it has happened to you, and if it has happened to you, this is what caused it. You were in exam hall, when you see that question, you'll be like, I think I know this, I think I saw this, I've seen this before. But you are thinking, you just got familiar with it and you did not actually learn it deeply. So you don't keep repeating and going back to it. It's time for you to give yourself space before you repeat it. So if you're a student and you are preparing an exam and you have like 2, 3, 4 subjects to write in a day, or in a week, you have to read them together. That is just what life is like. It's the real life situation, but because in real life situation, even in the office, you don't just do the same thing. Even if you're a teacher, you don't teach one student. All of them, they have different needs. So in real life situation, you are meant to retrieve information from different parts way in your brain. So you need to train your brain in a way that you can retrieve information fast and efficient. Not just fast, but efficiently, which means you can pinpoint where you read this, where you saw it. If you have read it in Bio 223, or you read it, maybe it was a year ago that you read it in Bio 11 this, or you read it in Chem this, or you know the codes. Sometimes you tend to match things and mix up things. It's because you did not learn to retrieve information from different pathways in your brain fast. So you need to train your brain in a way that it can retrieve information fast. And how do you do it? How did I do it, or how do I do it? Because now it's just like you are testing a child. You ask the person something in mathematics, the person answered. You ask in English, the person will answer. You ask in biology, the person will answer. Do you know what is happening? The person is retrieving information from different pathways. And how do you do this? I call it the mix match method. So if you are studying and you are pressed with time, don't keep going on and on. The more you go on, the more stress you put on yourself. And once you are stressed, you will stop learning. You will start losing what you've learned. So it's a time for you to cool down, calm down. So what you should do, instead of repeating, is to schedule your time. It's okay, I'm going to do this subject 1 hour, this other subject 1 hour. So try to, like a timetable, make a timetable of what you are reading. You can go from logic, which most times people like, you know, even in primary school, we like going to logic subjects early in the morning when you still have enough energy to think. So you go through logic to relationship, which is not even easier. You go from there to things that are linear, things that are everyday things. Like you go from mathematics, then after 1 hour or 2 hours, then you go to your biology, which is full of relationship, flows, steps, and all those things, to things that you use everyday language. After that, you go back straight to mathematics. And if you keep rotating it, going, not mismatching that you mix everything up at the same time, you allot time to each of them. So what you are doing is to train your brain to retrieve information from different pathways. And the easier it takes your brain to adjust to any change in subject, the faster your brain learns to retrieve information when you need it. So it is very important to students, it's very important to those that are writing exams. It's very important if you are someone that wants to keep your brain active over the years. Maybe when you grow old, you still want to be thinking, still want to be very active. So learn to use the mix match method. That's what I call it. I don't know if there is any name they have it, but it has helped me. It works perfectly, because now it will train your brain to strengthen the different parts in your neuron to retrieve information fast. When you move from that English back to the fifth, maybe you have had 7 or 5 subjects in between. So you move from the 7th one in the evening, you go back to the first one. Your brain switch immediately and is able to find where you stopped the last time. What you have trained your brain is to be able to pick information from different pathways. What this will do for you during exam is that during exam you won't be mistaken where you got this answer or where this thing is. You'll be, oh, where did I read this? I thought I read this. Was it in this subject or in this other one? You can avoid this by using this mismatch method. Once you train your brain to think that way, once you train your brain to retrieve information fast from different pathways, it will help strengthen your thinking. It will help you with deep thinking. It will help you to relate things. And that thinking deeply is not something that can just benefit your exam. It will benefit your life. It will help you to relate things. It will help you when you see something, maybe at the end of time you work in the where you are expected to use your intelligence, maybe in the police, or you can retrieve information. You know where I saw this. You can know, okay, I saw this. I think I saw this thing. I've heard this before. You won't be confused because the information is coming from different sources at the same time. So you need to use this mismatch method to strengthen your nerve and to train your brain to retrieve information fast and efficient. So if you have done the mismatch method, you can just chat it, use your time. Don't go, even if you have exam tomorrow, don't go reading and rereading and rereading. Before you know it, you start getting confused. Sleep over whatever you have read. Sleep over it is very important. Okay, let me just look at the puzzle they sent to me, and yeah, I think that's just it. That's fast. Okay, you can just give yourself time, sleep over it, because when you are sleeping, that is when your brain takes information from your short-term memory, which is your working memory, to the long-term memory where the capacity is limitless. So you need to rest, give your brain rest. And when you get tired, like I always tell every student, when you are tired, rest. The worst thing you can do is to keep bombarding yourself with more information, with more studies when you're already tired. You will lose more than you are gaining. You are going to just start losing information. You are going to start forgetting things because you are tired. And eat well. Okay, let's talk about what says the time? Let me check. Oh, it's time for us to go back to our sprint time. It's our focus time. So after this focus time, please let's gather and speak about how to improve our memory, how to improve our brain, how to improve your retention ability, how to improve your recall ability. And we can also discuss in detail if I still have the strength, is school still worth it? You know, somebody was telling me, I don't think it's still worth it. I don't think it's still worth it. How you can just stay at home and you learn and you do this. You can just whatever you need, even there is no need for doctors. We will have to discuss that one day to know, is it still very important for you to go to school? So if you think it's important, maybe I would like to hear your view. If you think it doesn't matter anymore, you can do it without that. It's okay also. I would like to hear your view. Me, I'm open to learning. So we started the last sprint time. So this 50 minutes, please make it count. Make every minute of it count. Please focus your time, put your mind to what you're doing. Make sure that you reduce distraction. You can chat less during this time. Then during the break, which is to the end of the 6 hours, then we can chat, we can just do whatever we want to do. Every distraction is then allowed because it's your break time. You can go out and meditate and do what you want. So make every minute of this last hour of the 6 hours count. Speak to you again once it's 3:50. Yeah, so we've come to the end of today's sprint time. So it has been a long, good time today. So we've worked for, that's 5 hours, 53 minutes already. So in 7 minutes, we'll be out of our break and we'll start discussing what's the topic, the thing I just put in the bubble there. Do we still need school with AI here? You know, we have AI and it's smart. We have so many people can get whatever they want from the AI. So that will be the topic of discussion, and I will have to do that just for 1 hour. When it's 1 hour, I will have to stop and maybe get a nice break and walk around too. Well, we've been talking on how to improve our retention ability and our recall ability. So the first thing we said was for us to practice spaced repetition. Then the second technique is recall. So within active recall, we talked about you trying to memorize, trying to rewrite your notes, you trying to say it out loud and quizzing yourself and answering all the quiz and making it simple. So you can simply talk about it to a child or explain it in a simple term. And we went forward to look at the next one, which is visualization and association. You try to visualize what you've learned, and after visualization, then you go straight to associating it with what you already know. So if it is an abstract term, you can link it to physical things, to things that you know already, things that you see. That will help it to get stuck in your brain. Then we move forward to teaching, which I encourage every student to teach. Try as much as possible to teach your classmates, teach yourself. That means you opening your mouth and saying it loud as if you are teaching it. If you can teach it clearly, you can understand it. If you teach it clearly, you understand it deeply, and you can write it and produce it when it's needed. Then we went forward to look at our work-life balance, work rest, to know how to rest when you are tired. When you work, you don't just work at a stretch. So you use the Pomodoro technique. Choose a section. Maybe you can use 30, 10 or 35. That's 30 minutes of focus time. Then you go to the 10 minutes of break or 5 minutes of break, or you can do 50 like we are doing today. Now we are going to do tomorrow. So tomorrow it is also like 50 minutes of sprint time and 10 minutes of break also. So we can also move, you can use 1 hour, that's 60 minutes of sprint time and 10 minutes of break. Some do 3 hours and 30 minutes of break. Those are also important. You can just learn to balance your work, rest. Make sure you take rest when you are tired and schedule your rest. Not just scheduling the work, make sure you schedule the rest. Make sure to say, okay, at this point in time is my rest time. I'm going to rest at this point in time. Is very important. And we move forward to you using the mismatch technique. You trying to slot time in between different kinds of studies, from logic to relationship to things that you use every day, and maybe the skills. So you try to mismatch. That will help you to train your retrieval ability, for you to retrieve from different pathways in your brain. So we move forward. I'll be talking now about you using the zip, like we use the zip file. Every one of us, if you are in academics, if you are reading, if you've been reading, sometimes you must, in your computer, you see, okay, these are zip file. Why do you zip it? Because it compresses the file, so you can store as much information in the system without getting confused. If you are storing information or documents in your system, you go everything, you just click save without organizing it. Most times it will be hard for you to retrieve it. It's hard for you to find where you stored it. So it's good that you arrange your files, put them in folders, zip them when you are sending them. That reduce it will reduce the file, to reduce the documents to manageable chunks. So how does that apply in you trying to improve your retention ability and your recall ability? How we use it is especially for those that are writing exam, for those that are preparing for interviews. You can, as much as possible, try to abbreviate and use acronyms, but don't overdo it. I will always tell you, don't overdo it. Don't take too much. Don't go too much into the whole of maybe one subject. You have over 20-30 acronyms. That is going to confuse you. It's not going to be helpful. So use very little acronym as much as possible, but they are helpful. How it works is because you can actually zip up to 20 files, maybe in just 5 different acronyms. Maybe read, which is READ, will mean a lot, that when you're explaining it, you get up to 2 pages. So use acronym, abbreviate, so it will help you to save much space in your brain for other things. But don't just create acronyms. When you are creating acronyms, make sure that you know what those things stand for and understand it deeply. So when you have this acronym, like for now, most acronym, they will stay with you sometimes for life. You know, for me, I still remember in my secondary school, the DigiSacon, that's the structures, sentence structures, DigiSacon. I can still remember the board mass. I know in some countries they use they say is pandas, or yeah, pandas. So it's just a way of you solving maths. You know, okay, after you remove parentheses, the one you solve. So that is just how it works. In board maths, a brackets, board, that's off, which is the time. So when you have these things, it can help you remember it during exam. It helps you to store much more information than just reading it. It's just like you zipping the file. But how do you arrive at abbreviations? You look at keywords, and it works better. Don't just use it in every subject. It works better in subjects that you have steps, you have flows, you have those lists. So when you look at it, okay, in this step, that after identification, which is I, is now assessment, which is A. So you put those abbreviations. Once you present the abbreviation, you can follow the steps and know how it works. So those are the techniques that we have for now. So remember it, you don't just study. It's not just all about putting much information in your brain. It's all about you studying the right ways, you using the right techniques. If your aim is to improve your thinking, if your aim is to improve your retention, your mental capacity, then you shouldn't do one thing, that is to pass through chronic stress. If you are stressed, please take a break. Once you know that, oh, it has gotten to a time that you're not feeling very exhausted every time, then you need to talk to, if it's your teacher, if it is the principal in the school, if it is your should I say your first line manager, talk to the person and take a break. Why? Because exhaustion not only make you forget, it shrinks your memory hub. It's permanently to reduce it. So you can't even store much even if you want to. So you don't want to get to that extent. So don't stress yourself to a time that you are not permanently or maybe chronically stressed. Don't do that. It's not good for your health. It's not good for your anybody. It's not good for your brain. That's the most important. It's not good for your brain, because the brain cell, unlike other cells, when they die, they will renew. It keeps renewing. The cells, they renew. It's like it's just a normal process. But in the case of your brain cell, it doesn't go that way. So don't go stressing yourself that chronically now that your brain cell is not shrinking, the memory hub is shrinking. There is little you can do when it gets to that. So take a break. Take rest when you need it. Sleep when you need it. Sleep is healing. Sleep and rest, they are important in your productivity journey. For you to be productive, you must rest. You should sleep. It's very important. So we've come to the end of the work study space time. So now is the time for us to discuss. So for those of us in TikTok, let's discuss that and